Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. It's now 6:31 p.m. Mr. Burnside, can you do roll call?
Board Member Elizabeth Callahan,
Here.
Board Member Nubia Duvall-Wilson,
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert,
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford, Board Member Will Meyer,
Here.
Board Member Shayna Sackett-Gable,
Here.
Board President Kawhi Tellisford,
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani, Board Member Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you all for coming, and we'd like to begin with a performance by a string quartet from the South Orange Middle School.
Hi, my name is Will Davenport, and I play first violin. I'm here with the PA Quartet from South Orange Middle School. We are an intermediate quartet containing myself, second violin Corey, my viola partner Kai, and cellist Kate. In a moment, we'll be playing a song called The Sea, a piece composed by Christian Williams, who is an African-American composer born in 1978. The song is set in the key of E minor, and its intent is well exciting. With the battle marching rhythm driving the song forward beneath the purposeful melody of the upper street C, this piece represents each of our talents perfectly for our performance. Thank you and enjoy.
Just say real quick, my name is Bill Cook. I work with these kids and I've been with them for about 26 years. This is my co-teacher, Mr. Robert Bradley. Such a pleasure to work with these young folks. They're in the 8th grade now, so I haven't been forward for years. I just can't put into words how much I love what they do, and sure Robert feels the same way. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Okay. Please take notice that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. That written notice was sent from the office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 on January 5th, 2024. That said notice was sent by email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tappan Tasoma, and the Village Green. Whereas while the Senator Byron M. Byer Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-6, requires all meetings of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to be held in public. NJSA 10:4-12 set forth 9 types of matters that may lawfully be discussed in executive session without the public being permitted to attend. And whereas the board has determined that one issue is permitted by NJSA 10:4-12 to be discussed without the public in attendance and shall be discussed during an executive session to be held on Thursday, March 24th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. And any matter which by express provision of federal law, state statute, or rule of court shall be rendered confidential or excluded from public discussion. The nature of the matter described specifically as possible, without undermining the need for confidentiality, is attorney-client privilege, HIB reporting, and litigation status report, and personnel. Whereas the length of the executive session is estimated to be 60 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. Be it further resolved that the board hereby declares that its discussion of the aforementioned subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure. All right, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session. Second. Thank you, Board Member Callahan. All in favor? Say aye. All right, we're going to executive session. All right, good evening. We're going to get back to the regular meeting. So I'd like to make a motion for approval of our special meeting held on February 6, 2024, our special meeting held on February 22nd, 2024, in our executive session and regular meeting minutes for February 29th, 2024. Do I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Sackett Gable. All in favor? All right. Next thing, we'll have our student BOE representative update.
Hi, we're gonna start with the recognitions. Congratulations to Columbia High School junior Laurel Sackett, who competed at the U.S. Synchronized Skating Championships in Las Vegas. Sackett became a double national medalist, earning both bronze and pewter medals with her teams. The SOPAC is going to announce the winner of the Paul Bartik Emerging Artist Award, Simone McCreer, CHS senior, at the Choreographer Showcase performance on April 3rd. Simone has choreographed a piece and will be dancing in the show. Congratulations to two Delia Bolden art students, kindergartner Corinne Finnerty and fourth grader Willa Bay. Both students were chosen to have their artwork displayed at the New Jersey Performing Arts Center in Newark. Congratulations to the cast and crew of Columbia High School's excellent production of Mamma Mia. Despite being relocated, they have been putting on an excellent performance before sell-out crowds. The cast and crew of the South Orange Middle School Spring Musical also gave outstanding performances of The Addams Family. Congratulations to all of the students and staff who worked on the great production. Congratulations to the cast and crew of Maplewood Middle School's excellent production of Mean Girls Jr. in February. They put on excellent performances under the leadership of MMS Choral Director Regina Bradshaw. Sally Shoup was selected as a member of the 2023 to 2024 New Jersey All-State Jazz Ensemble and was also recently selected as a member of the 2023 to 2024 All-North Jersey Region Jazz Ensemble. Theo Abbott was accepted as a member of the 2023 to 2024 North Jersey Area Wind Ensemble. Jackson Pellegrino was selected as a member of the 2023 to 2024 North Jersey Area Wind Ensemble as well as the All-North Jersey Region Symphonic Band. Ron Gaykowski was accepted as a member of the 2023 to 2024 North Jersey Area Wind Ensemble as well as the All-North Jersey Region Wind Ensemble. William Wheeler was accepted as a member of the 2023 to 2024 North Jersey Area Wind Ensemble. And Emmett Simon was accepted as a member of the 2023 to 2024 All-North Jersey Region Jazz Ensemble. SOPAC is going to announce the winner of the I think I already read that one. All right. That's it.
Now for the report. We want to issue a thank you to administrators who have been putting themselves out there in the halls and saying hello. For example, we have received lots of positive commentary from students about Mr. McCormick and Mr. King's involvement in the halls. This truly goes to show that what we are saying is true. Students don't need extravagance, we need to be shown that you care. We decided that a survey would be the best way to demonstrate exactly what it is that students need directly from Student Voice. It was shared across our own platform, Student Council, and Cougar Nation to ensure it was anonymous and that we had a diverse amount of respondents. Of our about 70 respondents, 95.3% selected yes when asked if they felt an administrative absence at CHS. When asked specifically if they felt the CHS community had suffered this past year due to this absence, 82% reported at least an 8 out of 10, where 10 was the most extreme suffering. Usually when ASA and I conduct surveys such as these, we do not get as much student response to the unrequired open-ended questions. This time was absolutely not the case. We are going to read a few of the many quotes that we received from anonymous students when asked about what they want the BOE to know about the state of CHS. Please note this is not meant to be discouraging, but it is a sad reality that Asa and I have the responsibility of bringing to everyone's attention. We also want to note that some phrasing and names were redacted and that these quotes may seem general as a result. We are very cautious in choosing ones more broad. 1, CHS feels very unconnected and lacking spirit. 2, it feels that we have no board support, we need leadership and a stage and better security. 3, it's literally and figuratively crumbling. 4, we need leadership stability, Columbia feels like it is falling apart. 5, it feels that like there's a lack of organization and chaos happening with them not being here to keep things together. 6, CHS is much sadder now, there's a lack of community. 7, there is a noticeable lack of communication. 8, I want the BOE to know that the state of Columbia High School has drastically declined. We are not at the same level as prestige as we were 10 years ago. 9, I feel that everyone in CHS is kind of scrambling and very, very lost now. 10, CHS isn't the same as it was at the beginning of the year. 11, there is so much more, I feel like I could go on forever. We understand that this is nothing very positive, but all that this means is that there is room for growth. Students want to connect. We want to return to the community that we used to have. We cannot emphasize enough how valuable approaching students, speaking with them, learning their names, answering their emails, standing outside in the morning, introducing yourself on the loudspeaker, and being physically present are. And it is a lot to ask. Each person who works in this district has a lot asked of them. We know this, and we heavily appreciate this. But doing these things, which will of course take time, will benefit everyone. We implore you to remember that students are extremely conscious of what is going on. This is an incredible opportunity for each administrative leader to connect with the school, to become a part of this school, not just on paper, but in students' eyes. We hope everyone here chooses to put students first, understands how students are feeling, and make choices that best reflect what we have made clear is necessary. We also want to issue an immense thank you to teachers who have remained a consistent source of support, stability, and information. Your dedication is not unnoticed by us or the rest of the student body. Your work is helping to keep students learning and growing, providing comfort that has been increasingly difficult to find. Thank you very much. Now, on a slightly more casual note, Asa and I discussed the importance of having study space for students to go to, as the Maplewood, South Orange, and CHS libraries are typically close to students. Students are seeking a place to study and feel that there is nowhere for them to go. We will continue to work with administration for a solution, and we hope that Asa and I can be of assistance in advertising where students can go to get some quiet work done each period of the day. Also, security has been very successful with the implementation of IDs, which we are very happy to report. We want to thank Mr. Vallis for his continued support, ideas, and willingness to work with us. IDs have become a part of our school culture and are being very well enforced by security. This has created a large sigh of relief and increased confidence in Columbia's capabilities to protect students. That is all for our report. Thank you.
Next, we'll have the superintendent's update.
Thank you, Asa and Gwyneth. I appreciate you, and your work does not go unnoticed. I have a few updates before I go into my remarks. This week, I testified before the New Jersey State Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee and the New Jersey State Assembly Budget Committee as they held their budget hearings. These were chances to raise the profile of the South Orange and Maplewood School District among the state lawmakers who make decisions concerning state aid to school districts. During my testimony, I expressed our sincere gratitude for the additional $1 million in state aid that we were granted, but I also noted that it falls short of the $3.7 million drop in other aid, including federal funding that we now face. I requested an additional $2 million to help our district mitigate, if not eliminate, the reduction in force we now face. Thank you to Business Administrator Eric Burnside, Assistant Business Administrator Andrea Del Greco for their assistance in preparing for those two important meetings. On Friday, I made the last 2 stops on my Listen and Learn listening tour with students throughout the district. I set out to meet with a diverse group of students at Columbia High School, our 2 middle schools, and our 4th and 5th graders at our elementary schools. It was an enriching experience to hear the students' perspectives on what they like about the schools they attend and what they think can be better. There were plenty of women's history made at the NJSIAA's Meet of Champions in Staten Island on March the 3rd. CHS senior Gianna Green placed 4th overall in the high jump, while there you go, yes. CHS senior Mae Dowling set a new Columbia High School record for 5 minutes, 2.92 seconds for the 1,600 meters. The previous record of 5 minutes, 4.4 seconds was set by Maplewood Middle School principal Daryl Grinnell. Grinnell's record stood for 26 years. The Columbia High School boys shuttle hurdles team took 5th place at the Nike Indoor Nationals at the New York City Armory on March 9th, earning All-American status. Then the team of the CHS seniors Stevenson Memo, Khalid Rouse, Zamir Rowan, and Miracle Okoli made the crowning achievement after years of hard work and countless hours of training with their mentor, Gary Mobley, who has coached them since they were freshmen. CHS junior Earl Hart III was named Athlete of the Year among 15 and 16-year-olds in cross country by the USA Track and Field, the national governing body for track and field, long distance running, and race walking in the United States. Earl competed in a series of track meets leading up to the New Jersey Championships, where he finished 3rd overall and 1st in his age group, which qualified him for nationals. And last but not least, I want to send a congratulations out to the District Director of Curriculum and Instruction, who can now be addressed as Dr. Zoila Carrera. Dr. Carrera successfully defended her thesis and dissertation entitled Andrological Framework in Professional Development, Teach, Practice, and Professional Growth Impact, and now has a doctorate in educational leadership with a specialization in curriculum and instruction. And the last thing I want to say before I do my actual remarks is that we've received a lot of emails in reference to changes coming up for our 6th grade mathematics next year. There will be no change to our 6th grade math next year. I repeat, there will be no change to our 6th grade math next year. Can you go ahead and put the graphic up for me, please? I want to begin my remarks with this graphic. Many of you may not know that I have many hours of training in restorative justice. Being restorative is a key part of my fabric and a huge part of how I try to live and work. Like most people, I fall short every now and then, but I try to hold to the basic tenets of restorative justice as best I can. This district's commitment to establishing a restorative justice culture was one of the things that led me to come here. Most people believe restorative justice to be a program, an initiative that is incorporated as an alternative to discipline. But in reality, restorative justice is so much more. It's an indigenous philosophy that focuses on relationships and building community. It's not something we do to people, it's something we use to challenge ourselves to be our best selves. It is a way of being a culture, and it is a way of being a culture. And I want us as a community to embrace the true essence of restorative justice as we navigate through these challenging times we are facing. The graphic behind me highlights what that culture looks like. It is a culture grounded in respect, mutual concern, and dignity, and involves nurturing healthy relationships, creating just and equitable environments, and repairing harm and transforming conflict. The essence of a restorative justice culture is what is in the center. People are worthy and relational. That is the essence of a restorative justice culture, that we focus on the humanity of one another. This is why we have to aspire to be a restorative community. It is in this vein I want to acknowledge the legal matter that is before us. I cannot speak to the specifics, but I want to acknowledge that we have a student that we care for. A student, a daughter, a classmate who didn't feel cared for by our community and feels she was harmed and aggrieved by actions taken in our school. I want to say emphatically that you matter. You are still our student, and I am willing to work with you and your family to ensure you receive the necessary support and care you deserve. Additionally, I have to acknowledge that we have one of our employees who is also a member of our family, a husband, a father, and an educator who is beloved by many families and students and is also hurting and estranged from our community. You too are a member of this community. You matter and are also deserving of our care and support during this time. The best thing we can do as a community is to allow the legal system to do its job, to allow them to weed through what is fact and what is fiction and make the final determination on what that truth is. In return, a restorative community focuses on the humanity of each of these individuals and provides them what they need. I also want to acknowledge that the CHS family, students, and staff are shaken by what has occurred. I am presently doing everything I can to provide you with the principal for the remainder of the year, and I'm still working to help provide those connections you've been demanding to fill the void of not having the CHS principal there. On the topic of humanity and care for students and staff, I have recently been contacted by both Jewish and Muslim staff members who have made it known that they don't feel cared for or supported by our district. I have also been contacted by students from both faiths as well. It has been a constant reminder to me that as a district, we have to keep our focus on our students and our staff, and they deserve not only our attention, but also our support. I've said it here before that if one student, and now I'm adding, and one staff member feels unsafe or uncared for, then we have much work to do. I am recommitting my energies to focusing on our students and staff, working toward making our community whole, and developing a strategy that reconnects all of our staff and students to this district. My former pastor had a saying. He said, we are either on our way into a storm, going through a storm, or coming out of a storm. SOMSD, we are definitely within a storm, but the best part of going through a storm is that you will eventually come out of it. What doesn't break us will make us stronger. We have great students, we have great teachers, we have great leaders, we have great families and community support. By aspiring toward creating an authentic restorative justice culture centered on our humanity, we will thrive and navigate ourselves through these challenges and come out stronger and better than ever. I plan to hold a series of night sessions for anyone interested in learning more about building an authentic restorative justice culture. Please stay tuned. And that concludes my remarks.
Next, we have our business administrators update.
Thank you. We'll start with our construction update. We'll start with the Marshall School. Right now, 80% of the sunshade installation is complete. There is 80% complete of the curtain wall glass installation at the courtyard and stair lower areas. They're continuing with the HVAC control wiring. 85% of the ramp is installed. They're continuing spackling on ceiling soffits. There's a continuation of the ductwork installation at the first and second floor corridors, and completed the first and second floor plumbing and rough piping. Montrose School is still scheduled for the summer of 2024. And at Columbia High School, the boiler and transformers are ongoing for installation. Inspections are moving along. The B-Wing science rooms are to be inspected this week and to be turned over to us shortly. The B-Wing science rooms casework is installed. The steel erection underway at the Commons for the new seating riser is looking good. The fire alarm work is underway at night, and the D-Wing removal and new louver installation is underway. The South Orange Middle School and Maplewood Middle School submittals and purchasing equipment are ongoing. Installation of the new electrical service at SOMS has begun, and installation of the fire alarm and PA system at Maplewood Middle School has begun on the second shift. I just want to read a statement from our architect about the elevator at CHS. The scope that is in the project for the high school elevator is related to refinishing the cab interior, including a new control panel in the cab. The scope does not include mechanical or operational systems. The line item in past budgets to add another elevator to the high school was not cut. It was not included by the district as a high priority. The line item was for an addition that would include an elevator. Our architect has reviewed versions of the budget back to the original report in April of 18. That budget included only the line item for the elevator addition as a priority 3. At some point later, the district had the architect add the second line item to renovate the existing elevator cab, which was the scope designated as a priority one and included in the high school project. Right now, moving forward, we've reached out to Parlamas. He is the contractor working at the high school to get a quote for a replacement of the mechanical systems for the elevator so we can know the cost. Also, today, we just received a quote to replace the rigging at the Columbia High School auditorium. Right now, the next step is to discuss options for funding at the next FFT committee meeting. And we also met with some families here in central office. Dr. Gilbert, would you like to expand on that?
Yes, so myself and a contingency of administrators here in central office met with Mr. Matt Glass and a contingency of families. If you remember, Mr. Glass came to our board meeting and said that he had a group of people who were willing to come help us kind of come up with a solution to get the stage fixed. So we did have that meeting. It was a very productive meeting. They did submit a proposal to us. At this present time, we are looking through that proposal and we're sending it through our rigor to look at it to see if it's something that's doable. And then once we make the determination on if it's doable, they also gave a second option around renting. If that wasn't doable, we're going to look at both of those options. Didn't make any guarantees, but we're going to try to do everything we can to see what we can have happen. So see what the possibilities are. And so we're just waiting to get that report back from the rigor who's looking at the proposal to see if it's something that we can do. And the most important thing for me is safety. And I need to get that certificate of safety that whatever we do, I want to make sure that our students are safe when we do it. But the good news is we think we are progressing towards something. And I do appreciate meeting with those families and Mr. Glass for organizing that. So stay tuned.
All right, I'll now give the board president's update. This has been an incredibly busy month for the board. We began the month with a job opening for our superintendent search, which has been extended to March 27th. Yet we are still on track to start looking at candidates in the first week of April. This month also saw our continued discussions with Somea. It was a lively meeting at the beginning of the month. I, along with board members Vadlamani and Eckert, were happy to see so many come out with great fanfare to begin our discussions. As these negotiations continue, we aspire to a goal of providing employees in our school district with the support they need to thrive here. This month also saw our preliminary budget. As many have seen, our school district is faced with a budget shortfall this year. These challenges demand careful attention and decisive action from our school district. Exploring avenues for cost-saving measures, reassessing spending priorities, and seeking alternative sources of funding are essential steps in addressing this financial shortfall. It is also important to acknowledge that this budget gap isn't unique to our district, but reflects broader economic challenges across this nation. Collaborative efforts among administrators, educators, and the community will be crucial in navigating these difficult times and preserving the quality of education for our students. And finally, I understand that many of you have written to the board about recent events in our school district. As a policy and consistent with our obligation under applicable laws, we do not comment on specific personnel matters or discuss confidential board deliberations. We would like to say more, but we cannot. We appreciate everyone that reaches out to the board or comes here to do public speaks. Please understand that your voice is heard, and we encourage you to continue your advocacy. Thank you. Now to the board president's statement. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied with the matter, it is ready to be presented to the Board of Education. It is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with the administration and the superintendent to ensure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. All right. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy and will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. All right. So our first public speaks is Lauren Rutkin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lauren Rutkin. My husband and I have lived in Maplewood for 18 years. We have one high school graduate and 2 currently in 9th and 10th. I am Jewish and a proud Zionist. Because of my avid Zionism, I never have a problem acknowledging the warts of Israeli society, just as I do here in our own American democracy. I believe in Palestinian statehood. I do not find conflict in both condemning the atrocities that Hamas perpetrated on October 7th, stating Israel's right to defend itself when attacked. Also, I believe in fighting for the protection of innocent Palestinian lives. We moved to this town because we believed in activism and justice. However, today, I believe we are being manipulated into a world where we must live by false binaries. We are either the oppressor or the oppressed, or just or unjust. We have lost all ability to see gray. Since October 7th, the word Zionist in our community has turned into a toxic word. I fear wearing my Jewish star. The rhetoric coming from anti-Israel groups and social media posts lack nuance and context. How is it that in a community where we are trying to create safe spaces, some Jewish children suddenly feel excluded from their own fight for justice? Our social justice tents should be cross-sections of an environment that is devoted to really knowing the other as self. When discussions about complex issues devolve into simplistic or polarizing narratives, it hinders empathy and constructive dialogue. I am open to having any conversation as long as someone is able to acknowledge that I too have a right to exist the same way you do. Can we agree on joint values, all while speaking civilly about that which we don't agree? I believe we can hold multiple truths at once, and it is ultimately essential to foster critical thinking and empathy amongst our children, all of which is fundamental in building an inclusive society. I come here more scared than I ever thought I would be by virtue of being Jewish and a Zionist, yet I want to be hopeful. Can we be a place in Maplewood, South Orange that models a brave attachment to difference? Can we work to put out the flames and not add fuel? I encourage the Board of Ed to tighten policies around allowing speakers who pay taxes and live here and work in this district, and not hear from outsiders who come with an agenda and fuel flames. I want to thank Dr. Gilbert, Frank Sanchez, Ms. Wabel, Ms. Bodner, and Mr. King and their teams for partnering with parents to navigate these most treacherous times in our community. I know we can do better. We have to do better.
Next, we have Rachel Fisher. Rachel Fisher.
I'm here to read excerpts from the review of opinion of independent investigator, alleged affirmative action incident involving high school principal Frank Sanchez. This was prepared by William S. Donio, Esquire, Chair of the Education Department of Cooper Levinson Attorneys at Law. This report was provided by Frank Sanchez with the consent of his attorney. This is an excerpt from this report. As noted in my email of December 21st, 2023, to Mr. Patrick Carrig, the initial report provided by Carl Taylor Esquire, formerly of this office, should have been deemed a draft report only and subject to revision, change, and further peer review. Sorry. As such, my review has now been limited to a review of Mr. Taylor's notes, records, and reports, review of information that had been supplied to Mr. Taylor, including but not limited to incident reports and security video. I have also had the opportunity to speak to Principal Sanchez's attorney, Mr. Robert Schwartz, Esquire, who then provided information from his office. As a result of that interview, please note the following. Thank you.
Next, we have Jane Perry.
I'm Jane Perry, Maplewood. Mr. Taylor interviewed complainant regarding the March 9th, 2023 incident, which can be reviewed in his report. What Mr. Taylor did not know, and which was not disclosed to Mr. Taylor, was that this complainant specifically requested Principal Sanchez to be involved in a meeting regarding her school placement after this alleged incident occurred. Indeed, upon receipt of an audio record of that interaction on October 19, 2023, Principal Sanchez had made during their meeting, it is very clear the complainant did not feel that she was in danger in Principal Sanchez's presence, and in fact engaged in a very convivial and collaborative discussion. This fact undermines the alleged severity of the situation. Furthermore, upon reviewing that information, Principal Sanchez's record of the event is bolstered and made more credible. Indeed, it would seem quite unbelievable for Principal Sanchez to have engaged in an affirmative action violation against a student and later willingly, professionally, and responsibly become involved with that same student's educational placement and program at the student's request. Thus, to the extent that Mr. Taylor described Principal Sanchez as being defensive or perhaps having some other type of perspective, that conclusion does not seem to be subject to objective corroboration.
Next, we have Stephanie Nastaff.
In addition, I have reviewed the interview notes and reporting regarding the interview of the two former assistant principals, Principal Butler and Principal Woolard. In reviewing those interviews, it is troubling to read that both Principal Woolard and Principal Butler created the impression that Principal Sanchez had acted in a manner in which was disadvantageous for female students of color. First, there is no record of any anecdotal evidence regarding any specific instance, besides the alleged incident being investigated, that was provided by either Principal Butler or Principal Woolard to confirm this accusation to Mr. Carl Taylor. Second, I have not received any specific data, and no data was supplied to Mr. Taylor demonstrating in any manner either correlation or causation with regards to discipline incidents. Perhaps more indicting of this allegation is the fact that these administrators felt that this environment existed in which Principal Sanchez treated female students of color in a disadvantaged way. They had an independent professional responsibility to report that to both the affirmative action officer as well as the chief of school administrator. I have not been provided with any information that provides this report was made in writing or was made in any official capacity to the individuals to whom such a report was directed. As such, I find it to be somewhat disingenuous to use a single affirmative action report to create a narrative of some type of disparate and hostile education environment. With regards to this other student interviewed, I note that only the students who were identified as being supportive of the affirmative action claim were interviewed, and other students who might have also witnessed the incident or have interactions with Principal Sanchez were not interviewed.
Next, we have Dr. Mia Charlene White.
Hello, Mia White from Maplewood. Review of security video. I have reviewed the security video provided to this office, of which Mr. Taylor makes reference in his report. I do not believe that this security video demonstrates that Principal Sanchez acted in a manner that was unprofessional, engaged in restraint that was inappropriate, or directed the student into a stairwell with prior knowledge of the limitations of the security video capturing images in certain sections of that stairway. I have reviewed the video at length and note that in general, none of the indicia of a staff member engaging in inappropriate physical contact with a student are demonstrated in this video. After having reviewed the matter, the policies and relevant case law, it does not appear that Principal Sanchez's behavior was as a result of an individual's distinguishing characteristic or race. Indeed, as noted before, while there clearly was an interaction between the complainant and Mr. Sanchez, this interaction was based on complainant's behavior, more specifically, her behavior in refusing to follow Principal Sanchez to the office to de-escalate her behavior where she was allegedly intending to confront students who had named her in a different HIB. As such, I do not believe it is necessary to go into any further analysis, as this appears to be an unfortunate, significant interaction between a principal and a student, when the principal was trying to prevent the escalation of a situation regarding HIB, and where the failure on the part to de-escalate resulted in characterization of the matter to have broader impacts.
Next, we have Rhea Beck.
Review and findings. Principal Sanchez did not engage in behavior that violated the affirmative action policies of the South Orange Maplewood School District. Principal Sanchez should be returned to work. Security video does not demonstrate Principal Sanchez engaged in behavior unbecoming a public school official and does not demonstrate that Principal Sanchez had prior knowledge as to the limitations of said video. To the extent that the allegations by a former principal and present principal that there is a hostile educational environment, in particular by the imposition of discipline or other measures against female students of color, that allegation, if it is to be investigated, must be made in writing and must be substantiated with evidence, both anecdotal and as well as statistical. My investigation and review to analyze the initial draft report, it had come to my attention that a copy of the draft report, which had been provided solely to the client and counsel, may have been provided to the Maplewood Police Department and perhaps county prosecutors. I was prohibited from speaking to any of the individuals interviewed, including most notably Principal Sanchez, who had not had the opportunity to hear the specific allegations made by the other witnesses and to rebut same. According to the administration, this incident was contemporaneously reported to law enforcement and Child Protective Services, and then again reported a second time. There is no record any investigation occurred. In my discussions with the Essex County Prosecutor's Office, I raised the concern that the purposeful leaking of this report before it was finalized, if done by a then Board of Education member or school official, could be, in my opinion, a violation of New Jersey's Code of Ethics for school board members. Without identifying specific provisions, I think a number of those ethical rules were violated if this report was leaked by a school board member or school official.
Next, we have Kathy Greenstone. Kathy Greenstone.
Hi, I'm Kathy Greenstone, a South Orange resident and CHS parent. The unethical actions of just a few adults have done grave harm to Frank Sanchez, a good person and dedicated educator. The fact that this injustice is coming from within our own school district is a true crisis that must be addressed. A former board member who presented herself as a loud advocate for justice has instead created chaos by ignoring the direction of our school district's attorneys, engaging in improper behavior, and leaking privileged and misleading documents. While this person claims to support equity, the true impact of her actions is to destabilize our district, drain precious resources, and subvert the progress we are trying to make in achieving equity. Chaos costs. It is critical that we restore our school district to a place of integrity and good standing, where our educators feel supported in the incredibly challenging work of leading young people, both helping them flourish, but also being there for them when they are in crisis. So we need three things. One, an investigation into that former board member who leaked confidential BOE documents. Why did she provide police and/or prosecutors with an inaccurate report that had already been discredited? Two, a sweeping effort to reassure our teachers and administrators that we will no longer tolerate this type of manufactured witch hunt. Three, accountability for the bad actors who broke the rules. We now have a new board that seems pretty unified in their intention to move the district forward. I sincerely hope we can right the very clear wrongs that a few adults in town have done. I hope more facts and evidence can be brought to light, and I hope that we can expect to see Mr. Frank Sanchez exonerated and back in the hallways of CHS very, very soon for the benefit of our schools and our students. Thank you.
Next, we have Mary Ellen Dawkins. Mary Ellen Dawkins.
Mary Ellen Dawkins, Maplewood. I'm reading this on behalf of Stephanie Nastef Pilato, who read already. I am deeply disturbed by the clear dysfunction that has contributed to destabilizing our district fiscally and administratively. A breakdown in trust between the BOE and the former super has added up to chaos on every front. The duplicity of the former board member who acted unethically and unchecked in effort to malign the career of an excellent educator and critical member of our school community is beyond troubling, and the complicity of the former board president in allowing this circus to proceed is unconscionable. There is responsibility to be taken by those who are accountable for this mess. I implore you to take it. In addition to calling out the corruption, I am here to voice support for Frank Sanchez. As a parent of a recent grad who greatly benefited from Frank's energy and leadership, especially throughout the difficult time of the pandemic, and as parent of a current freshman at CHS who is missing out on that leadership and the continuity of a functional administration. Before Frank began at CHS in 2020, the kids had been disappearing into their beanbag chairs and going cross-eyed on their screens during hours upon hours of online classes. As soon as he took the helm of the high school, we regularly started receiving informative and inspiring emails from his desk, and the kids began to notice his presence in their online classrooms. He brought the light back into their eyes, and when the kids re-entered the building, he was there at the door to greet them every day by name. He made things feel normal and even fun in a time that was full of uncertainty and fear. He made prom and graduation so special and celebratory for these kids who had spent a good part of their teenhood inside their rooms. One of my son's favorite photos from prom is of him and Frank beaming at the camera. Frank Sanchez made these kids feel hopeful and safe in an increasingly unstable world. His absence at CHS is felt by the students and teachers alike. And after all of these antics and accusations, he still wants to come back. I implore you to investigate whomever delivered this flawed report to the police, cooperate with authorities to help exonerate Frank Sanchez, and work toward reinstating Frank Sanchez.
Thank you. Next, we have Fabiana Glaspie. Fabiana Glassby. Jocelyn Ryan.
Jocelyn Ryan, South Orange. I'm not reading my own words, I'm reading the words of 4 Black female CHS students and recent graduates who sent me messages to read to you tonight. Throughout my time at Columbia High School, Mr. Sanchez went above and beyond to ensure that students felt safe, secure, and welcome. He had a remarkable ability to strike the perfect balance between being friendly and serious, which made him highly respected among the student body. Especially during my senior year, Mr. Sanchez was always ready to help me plan an event or think of fundraising ideas. I felt comfortable asking him for help when I needed it, and he always gave me his full attention. I cannot say this about any other principal during all my years in the district, and what's going on is truly devastating to me and my peers. Next student. It has broken my heart, along with many seniors at Columbia, to see what has happened to Principal Sanchez. The number of students who have stood up and said something should mean something. We believe in his innocence. Every student in the school has a different story of walking through the halls, greeting Mr. Sanchez, his energy lighting up the school every single morning. A principal who knows his students and cares for them. We will continue to stand for Mr. Sanchez's innocence, as we believe he deserves to come back. Next student. I had an incident with a strange man approaching me when I was going to practice after school hours. I informed Mr. Sanchez, and he took immediate action. He got the security camera footage and sent it to the police and my parents. He is literally the best principal ever that actually cares about his students. Next message. Mr. Sanchez is always very kind and patient with me when I'm having a hard time. He tells me to breathe and waits until I'm calm and then walks me to class. I can't wait for him to come back. Thank you.
Next we have Sarah Iozio.
I'm Sarah Iozio from Maplewood. We need to move towards restorative practice for everyone in the community, and that should begin tonight. Our teachers are working in conditions of uncertainty and fear right now. We might not always agree on everything, but at the end of the day, seen and unseen, teachers do so much, including regularly stepping in to prevent fights or break up fights, sometimes right outside their classroom doors. Teachers must feel like they're juggling 12 balls with few resources, tons of anxiety, and a lot of fatigue. Teachers, we see you. We need to take care of the staff because they are the core but forgotten people in our buildings. Imagine if the staff feels worried about their employment or if they feel afraid of being judged without fairness and transparency as they watch this episode unfold around Frank and exploited students being used to create chaos. They might worry that this railroading could happen to anyone, and that is how people end up feeling silenced. Staff, we see you. It seems to us that Frank has been let down. This impacts our community stability and our kids. To Frank and administrators who have tried to engage in restorative practice, even under these very tough dynamics, we see you. Lastly, to all kids, and especially the kids who are involved in any way in this, we see you and know that none of this is your fault. It's hard to be a kid. We know. Adults, we have to model how to come together responsibly and ethically on this. We owe our kids that much. They're watching. We must find a way.
Next is Barbara Picard. Barbara Picard.
Hi. My name is Barbara Bickert. I'm a resident of Maplewood. My wife and I moved here in 2015 with our 2 children of color who are adopted. And we moved to this community because friends who we had here already talked ad nauseum about what an ethical and incredible community this is. And I'm an educator and have been in schools a lot as a teaching artist, and I know what it is to be in a school that has a supportive administration and a supportive board, and I know what it is to be in these schools because I'm friends with folks who are teachers here, and I've been a teaching artist in these schools. to be the teachers who feel not supported, to be the teachers and the administrators who feel afraid. And I think what we have just, the chaos that has just unfolded and begun to rain down on us in the last year since, I'm going to go back to last May when we were all here because we got the word that the board was going to vote that night to oust Frank Sanchez. Loads of people showed up, loads of young people showed up, and we were outraged that the man who had shown up just before the pandemic and was steering the ship as a shining light for our students and our children was about to be washed away with no real reason that any of us knew. And we were outraged, and we showed up, and we spoke out, and our children spoke out. And then fast forward to January, the kids came back to school. My son is a senior now. He came home from school after Christmas break and said, Frank Sanchez is gone. We don't know where he went. What's going on? The deafening silence around that was outrageous to have to live with. And then fast forward to now and the events of this past week. I question certainly the ethics of the community. I question the ethics of the board members who allowed this to happen. I question the ethics of whatever actions, let me finish. I question the ethics of whatever actions were allowed to take place by the folks who are complicit to get Frank Sanchez arrested. Outrageous.
Thank you.
And who will come here to teach?
Thank
who will
you.
come here to be a leader in our schools?
Thank you, Barbara.
If this is allowed to stand. Frank
Thank you,
needs to
Barbara.
be saved.
Thank you, Barbara. Next, we'll move on to our online public speaks. The first online public speaks we have is Nathan Marinoff.
That community member is not online.
Next is Carrie Gordon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name's Carrie. Last week I reprimanded you about the apology letter for the Ramadan flyer because you allowed yourselves to be bullied into genocide denial and did not follow your own district policy about controversial topics to distinguish fact from opinion, proof from allegations, and logical substance from assertion. This week I wanted to read you the statement I would have sent if I were in your place. Dear SOMSD community, it has come to our attention that a flyer about Ramadan, which was distributed to our high school teachers by an assistant principal, has been called into question. This flyer aligns with our district policy for cultural competency and aids teachers in their understanding for our Muslim students fasting during Ramadan. While this flyer was not intended for instructional purposes in the classroom, it was meant to alert teachers about current events in Palestine and Sudan that our students may be particularly sensitive about during Ramadan this year. Our school district passed a resolution to teach the truth and supports a culturally responsive education. We have a diverse community that includes both Israeli and Palestinian families. As a school district, we are dedicated to providing safe school spaces for students to learn and foster understanding free from bias, racism, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism. If your child is struggling emotionally over current world events, please let them know that our counseling staff is available to them for assistance. Signed, the SOMSD administration. Please, you must do better. You must follow your own policies for statements and teaching about Palestine. This district statements catering to the feelings of certain people in our community has been at the expense of your own Palestinian students, families, and teachers. Thank you.
Next, we have Marwan Abosoud.
That community member is not online.
Next, we have Fariha Chugul.
I have unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Fariha Chogle, and I have a student in Maplewood Middle School. First, I want to begin by thanking the teachers, administrators, principals of both middle school and high school for keeping our children safe today and for making their safety a priority over everything else. For me, teachers are the parents our kids have in school. They educate them, care for them, help in shaping up our kids' futures and personalities. Our teacher's job is to teach kids the truth and facts, however inconvenient it is for us to hear them. And some parents in the district are making it next to impossible for our teachers to do their jobs. We want our teachers to protect our kids from bullying, yet some parents have left no stone unturned in bullying the teachers. I, for one, would want to send my kids to a school where the teachers are an example of leadership, morality, and humanity. I refuse to watch teachers being pushed into constantly apologizing for doing the right thing. No teacher should have to think twice about getting suspended, sued, or losing their job over speaking the truth or doing the right thing. Not to mention the constant compromises we expect from them to make while underpaying them. What has happened in the recent past with reference to Mapso Freedom School, Principal Frank Sanchez, and the Ramadan flyer is appalling. My kids can freely discuss 9/11 and have an open dialogue about it. Yet some parents want to gag the staff when they distribute a flyer that accurately talks about Israel's brutal, barbaric assault on Gaza. Why? Because truth is inconvenient to some parents. They want to live in their fancy Disneyland bubble while children are being burnt, crushed, maimed, and orphaned. These actions of these parents is not to convey their hurt feelings. For them, even if the waiter at a restaurant forgets to put ice in their water, it becomes anti-Semitic.
Thank you,
The intention
Fariha.
is to make a drama.
Thank you.
I
Our next speaker is Richin Cerro.
That community member is not online.
All right, next is Adrian Sloat.
That community member is not online.
Next, we have Dana Luciano.
That community member is not online.
All right, next we have Henry Satone.
That community member is not online.
Rochelle Santos.
That community member is also not online.
Dina Roman.
That community member is not online.
Sharon Altman.
That community member is not online.
Maya Lang.
Community member,
Hello?
you're unmuted.
Hi, how are you? You can hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Thank you for having me today. It saddens me to have to go on and speak. Instead of focusing on school issues, we have to constantly be defending ourselves as Jews. I'd like to address the use of lessons plans, resources, and other materials created or promoted by Teaching While Muslim. While claiming to be a proponent of social justice and discrimination, it's anything but that. It contains harmful anti-Semitic, anti-American rhetoric that only contain factual inaccuracies, but puts our students and educators and the community at large in danger. They are a radical organization that promotes blatant lies about Israel and denies the legitimate existence of Israel. They teach the false idea that Israel is occupying Gaza and the West Bank. They teach the blatant lie that Israel is an apartheid country. On February 19, 2024, on their Instagram, Teaching While Muslim partnered with other groups in an attempt to interfere with the program regarding stories of the survivors of October 7th terror attack in Israel. This was horrific. On their website, you'll see words such as genocide, settlers, colonizers, and occupation, to name just a few. These statements are no more than blood libel used to fuel hatred towards the Jewish community. The notion that the Jewish people do not have a right to sovereignty and a right to live in their indigenous homeland of Israel is anti-Semitic. It is clear that Teaching While Muslim has malicious intentions, and their agenda is to provide misinformation to educators who will then teach it to their students in an effort to plant seeds of hate in these young minds and to turn them against the Jews in the state of Israel, and to convince them to dismantle Israel. We've seen this on college campuses. It's been happening for 20 years, and now we reap what we see, and we're trying to turn back time and fix everything. It is your responsibility to uphold the principles of academic integrity and prioritize the well-being and education of our students above all else. Allowing these materials in schools is a violation of Title VI
Thank
and
you, Maya.
Executive Order 13899.
Thank you, Maya. Next, we have Muni Mirza. Next is Brian Ford.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. So I am saddened, but not surprised to once again have to inject truth into liberal Zionism, which not only tries to dress up and deny the irrefutable colonialism and genocide happening in Palestine, but sprinkle in the "can't we all just get along" nonsense, as if there are equally valid claims to the land, let alone symmetric power. They push peace in the total absence of justice, yet claim human rights. And now they attempt to silence voices of opposition, unsurprisingly. Teaching While Muslim is a phenomenal resource of phenomenal people who educate the broader community, not just from the Muslim perspective, but on all things. They've brought Palestinian voices to the forefront during this genocide. They offer professional development and spaces where educators can collaborate on the crucial work of bringing sorely lacking truth and humanity, which is lacking in Zionism, into our classrooms. And above all else, especially in a time when it's really easy to tap into the part of us that approaches social justice work from the anger at injustice and the desire to dismantle the old, Teaching While Muslim helps us to also come from the part of it that approaches this work with humanity, love, with an affirming and empowering spirit. Collectively, as educators, if we're not comparing what's going on now to the Nazi Holocaust and to the indigenous genocide in the US or Turtle Island, we are doing the educational malpractice that abets the continued unfolding of historical injustices. You see, this genocide happens precisely because of the disinformation and censoring that you just heard from the speaker before me. When people in this meeting can travel to Palestine and take people's lands and have more rights than people who have been there for 200 years and kill them with impunity, can't even have an opposing voice in a flyer, I think it's pretty easy to know who the villains are. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Next, we have Araxia Tremblian.
Good evening. My name is Alexia, and I'm a social studies teacher passionate about giving young people opportunities to think like historians and confront difficult histories in a loving environment. I genuinely believe that social studies education can help create more empathetic communities. Central to our collective success in helping young people grow into more empathetic adults is ensuring that our diverse student body feels comfortable to share their own experiences and worldviews with their classmates and their teachers. The recent attacks on teaching while Muslim are an alarming sign that not all caretakers, administrators, and policymakers care about their Muslim and Palestinian students in this district. I have seen an incredible amount of misinformation, much of which is overtly racist, about teaching while Muslim, and I'd like to take some time to talk about the wonderful work this organization has done to support teachers in New Jersey. I've attended 3 PD sessions run by TWM since February. 2 of these focused on how to integrate lessons on Palestinian culture and history into our classrooms. At both of these sessions, I was amazed by the environment TWM organizers were able to cultivate given the state of the world. It was a session full of knowledge, full of empathy, and love. Another session focused on our rights and protections as teachers in New Jersey. I feel it is appropriate to remind this audience and this body that during World War I, the New York City Department of Education fired any teacher who refused to sign an oath of loyalty to the United States. In the absence of responsible local governance, organizations like TWM are the only thing keeping New Jersey schools from enacting a similarly archaic fascist mandate. I urge you to actually speak with the amazing young women who run TWM, who are skilled teachers that care deeply about all of their students. Do not fall for misinformation and Zionist propaganda, and please protect all South Orange Maplewood students and stop the attacks on TWM.
Next, we have Andrea Castellano.
That committee member is not online.
Next is Bobby Luxembourg.
That committee member is not online.
Jasmine Williams.
Committee member Williams, you're unmuted. Community member Williams, can you hear us? We may want to try to come back to that committee member.
Daniel Sloan.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself and my wife, Megan. We have 3 children in the SOMSD schools. Megan could not be here tonight as she is at the CHS production of Mamma Mia and texting me how much she loves it. We're here to speak on 2 topics. First, to voice our intense disappointment that the district chose to retract and apologize for the Ramadan flyer that spoke the truth about the genocide in Gaza. And second, to voice our support for our amazing principal, Frank Sanchez. In this community, we claim to value critical thinking and the sharing of perspectives. However, for the past 6 months, there is one perspective that has consistently been silenced for fear of losing their job or being doxxed. The one that includes the 75-year Israeli occupation of Palestine and the current murder of over 30,000 humans. In one very important way, our district has done what is right. We have adopted a resolution that demands that we teach and speak the truth. In the spring of 2022, our community overwhelmingly supported this resolution. This resolution protects teachers and administrators and allows them to do their jobs by including LGBTQ lives in our classrooms and curriculum, by teaching a real history of America, including the genocide of Indigenous people in the settler colonial state, by teaching deep and powerful Black history, both the struggle and the victory, and so many other truths of our American and global history of exploitation and oppression that is often absent from our curriculum. The Teach the Truth resolution that our SOMSD BOE passed states that we will, quote, support and defend educators' use of teaching materials that incorporate diverse perspectives that represent and acknowledge the experiences of all students. All students. Where are Palestinian lives in our curriculum, in our lessons, and our messaging? Our district has the opportunity to do that by supporting the distribution of this Ramadan flyer and the inherent truth within it. From the flyer, when we speak about celebrating Ramadan within the US context, it is imperative to contextualize that the US is a co-conspirator with Israel preventing
Thank you,
Muslim
Daniel.
Palestinians. There is no lie.
Thank you,
This
Daniel.
is not anti-Semitic.
Next, we have Ziad Mala.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ziad, and I'm a resident of Teaneck. And while I'm not a South Orange resident, what I've heard tonight resonates with me because much of the dialogue is familiar to me, as a conversation is not unlike what we've discussed in our own school board meetings and town council. It seems there's a lot of division in this community and a lot of finger pointing, rushing to condemn anyone who speaks in support of Palestinian lives, and this brings me great pain. I think many people who speak in such a way against the Palestinian cause have never met a Palestinian or taken the time to listen to their stories. I'm blessed that I've been in community with the Palestinian people for much of my life and have heard many firsthand accounts as to their experiences and the experiences of their families. Many people joining us today may believe that what's happening now started with October 7th, but that isn't true. We use the Arabic term Nakba, or catastrophe, to refer to the expulsion of 700,000 Palestinians from their indigenous land in 1948. This Nakba has been ongoing ever since, and most recently, we have seen the latest stage of this genocide and ethnic cleansing taking place, which has resulted in nearly 2 million Palestinians in Gaza being made homeless, living amongst rubble, wondering what will kill them first, starvation or the bombs which rain down upon them. It brings me no pleasure to describe these events to you all in such graphic detail, but it needs to be understood that this is a real tragedy unfolding around us, and it appears that there are people in this community who wish to make it so that we can't discuss this Nakba, this catastrophe. I believe it is important that we don't allow this censorship to happen and that we facilitate honest conversations in our communities so that students can understand and we can end the cycle that has kept Palestinians dehumanized for decades. I truly believe we need to make space to listen to Palestinian voices and the voices of people advocating on their behalf without fear that this dialogue is controversial. There is nothing controversial about Palestinian existence or liberation, and I trust that this board will do the right thing in enabling these conversations in an effort to strengthen your community.
Next, we have Ellie Schreier.
Me?
We
Hello?
can hear you.
Good. Good evening. I'm Ellie, and I'm a middle school humanities teacher, and I am here to support Teaching While Muslim, a group of dedicated educators who focus on developing empathy and compassion in a world that needs these two things more and more. I believe that it is my duty as an educator to provide students with opportunities to think critically about the world and to deepen their capacity to show empathy for others. This is exactly what Teaching While Muslim does. To be clear, the attacks on Teaching While Muslim are racist and Islamophobic. These attacks demonize the Palestinian people and deny Palestinian history. And these attacks marginalize Muslim and Palestinian students, families, educators, and members of the South Orange and Maplewood community. And these attacks, based on lies and misinformation, are based on hate. I ask you as educators and community members to stand against hate. Support your Muslim and Palestinian students and families. Support Muslim and Palestinian educators. Support critical thinking, compassion, and empathy in public education in South Orange and Maplewood. Support Teaching While Muslim. Thank you.
Next is Amy Gallatin.
That community member is not online.
Morgan Fields.
Okay, hello.
Hi, my name is Morgan. I'm an NJ resident of Hudson County and a former student in NJ. I'm here to stand with the teaching while Muslim that has faced anti-Palestinian and anti-Arab and anti-Muslim attacks due to the information that was made available to teachers regarding Ramadan. As a mixed person who is Black, Puerto Rican, and Korean, I feel extremely cheated by the school system in not understanding the history of the people I come from and the atrocities committed by America against them to this day. Children's intelligence deserves respect. Children do not need, want, or deserve to be spoken to like they cannot handle the truth about the genocide of the Palestinian people by the Israeli government. They are hearing about it somewhere already as the world is talking about this. That information you cannot control. I know that as a 24-year-old now, I look back on schooling and realize I feel disconnected from myself because I was never taught about people like me or my history. That I hated myself as a child because I rarely ever saw myself. And if I did, it was a picture of someone like me being brutalized. This is the same for many children practicing Ramadan right now. Please do not cheat the children of Columbia High School, who so obviously at the beginning of this call, they obviously care about their schooling and education. Thank you very much for your time and free Palestine.
Next, we have Yasmin Yuda.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't unmute myself by accident. Okay. So my name is Yasmin. I am a Brooklyn, New York resident. I have family members in Teaneck. And the reason why I'm on this call tonight is because of the Ramadan flyer. And I just want to remind everybody, since it seems like people forgot, Palestinians also include Christians and Jewish people. During Christmas, priest Mundir had canceled Christmas, and yet Christians continue to celebrate. The US and Israel say that they're a democracy, but they're really not. I am Palestinian, and I am speaking on behalf of my ancestors. All of us came from Canaanites, and Zionists do not want to hear about the history of when they came from Europe. My grandmother from 1947 housed people inside her home, and a few months later became a refugee, and she passed away last year. Last year, before October 7th, since everybody wants to continue to talk about October 7th, before October 7th, 248 Palestinians were killed last year. There are over 9,000 Palestinian hostages. Since Teaneck was mentioned, there's also illegal sale of lands in Teaneck, Flatbush, and Canada. Oh my goodness. It's like, what can I do in 2 minutes? Thank you, Brian and Dan, for all your support. I don't understand why we got this far, because students have to come first. If there's ever Zionism to be put into the curriculum, I am against it. I don't accept Israel. Let's see, what else? Talk about the Nakba, or do you want to talk about the Haganah, the Stern gangs, all that form the IOF that we see today? Free Palestine from the river to the sea and end the occupation, not just a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
And next, we have Boris Grushin.
That community member's not online.
Connor Spiegel.
Thank you for unmuting me. I wanted to remember the words in the opening statement by the superintendent, which talked about respect and dignity. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the message that was being conveyed was that we should respect each other, love each other, and support one another. And to me, what that means is not taking away from somebody in order to make somebody else feel better. And unfortunately, that's what I think teaching while Muslim does. Besides the fact that they distributed a flyer, which is an opinion piece rather than being educational, They've also provided information that clearly hasn't been vetted to schools in the past in other districts. And the fact that the students that you heard in the beginning of the meeting have called for more unity and togetherness and cohesiveness, well, that's the opposite of what Teaching While Muslim provides. What Teaching While Muslim provides is motivation for dislike, disjointedness, and more division than we currently need right now at all. I implore the district to expel Teaching While Muslim from your curriculum. And I think you should take a long, hard look, if you can't do that, about the curriculum, because it is very, very, very divisive, hateful, and overtly anti-Semitic. And if you're tired of hearing of the term overtly anti-Semitic, please feel free to ask anybody who is connected to Jewish studies what that means. Thank you.
Next, we have Dan Kushner.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so first I want to give my support to Principal Gilbert's decision to retract that outrageous flyer. I think behind this flyer, besides lies, there's a lot of hypocrisy. Stating a genocide is not the truth. Israel is not acting genocide on the Palestinian people. In fact, Hamas is the main reason for loss of life in Gaza. But the pro-Palestinians refuse to admit it. More than that, they support Hamas and support Hamas doings. Calling US a co-conspirator is also a lie. There is no conspiration here. Our President Biden said that it's Israel's right and its duty to abolish and fight Hamas. And that's what Israel does. And Israel tries to spare people's life while it does so, while Hamas is trying to use them as human shields. Let there be no lies about the history here as well. The Israeli Jewish people have existed for 2,000 years in the Holy Land, and their connection to that land is indisputable. Okay, any lies about an existing Palestine state or an existing entity, there was never a sovereign Palestinian state in Israel. There was never a prime minister that was Palestinian or a currency that was Palestinian. It was very clear. In 1948, the UN declared an Israeli state for the Jewish people. Israel has offered many times the Palestinian to come to a two-state solution, but they always refused and responded with violence. Okay, what happened before 1948 was the British Mandate. What happened before the British Mandate was the Ottoman Empire. When was there a Palestinian state in that regime? Any lies about a Palestinian state, any lies about genocide or ethnic cleansing and such do not exist. You people have never really protested like this, what happened in Syria, or what happened in Yemen or in Sudan.
Thank you. Next, we have Saida Anas.
That committee member is not online.
Aya El-Gendi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, my name is Aya El-Gendi. I am a citizen in Old Bridge. Sorry, I'm a little thrown off by Dan's rant. Dan seems very uneducated, but I wanted to speak on behalf of Teaching While Muslim. We strongly condemn the backlash to the Ramadan document sent out to SOMSD educators earlier this week. While several versions of the document do exist, an administrator sent out one that centered the plight of Muslims amid global oppression that the US has loudly and actively supported and participated in. Telling the truth is not inflammatory. It is a vital aspect of shedding light on injustice. Several international institutions have referenced actions undertaken by the Zionist entity in Gaza as genocide. According to numerous reports, there is mention that since the conflict quote, since the conflict began, the U.S. has sent to Israel thousands of military equipment, including ammunition, vehicles, personal protective equipment, and medical supplies. This is the precise definition of co-conspirator, Dan, and therefore is not misinformation. It's crucial to question whom our schools prioritize when they actively discourage consideration for Muslim students. How can we acknowledge the experience of Muslim students during Ramadan while ignoring their reality and that of Muslims worldwide? The situation also prompts us to wonder why there wasn't a similar outcry about politicizing education when discussions on Ukraine or events on October 7th were circulated. It's clear that schools are selective when engaging in, quote, political discussions or promoting, quote, inclusivity, often neglecting the needs of Muslim students and students of color in these decisions. The document was intended for educators, at the request of educators, to turn our words into a shareable document to show consideration for their Muslim students in light of global events. It did not explicitly instruct teachers to disseminate any information to students. We fully support the content of that document.
Thank you. Next, we have Yuval Broekman.
Is that better? Thank you. My name is Yuval Brockman. I'm a resident of South Orange. I don't think that anyone here who spoke against the flyer and thanked Dr. Gilbert for what he did for retracting it would say that it's a bad idea to have teachers have information on Ramadan. I think all of us who think that this flyer was a disgrace and anti-Semitic and anti-Israel would say it's a great thing to have education about Ramadan and Diwali and Kwanzaa and Passover and all the holidays that affect the students of this district. What we object to is the politicization of this flyer, which said that Israel is stopping Muslims from celebrating Ramadan. This is a picture from Jerusalem of 40,000 Muslims celebrating Ramadan on the Jewish holiest site in the world. This is the third holiest site for Muslims and the first holiest site for Jews. And Jews are allowed to go visit there, but not allowed to pray. Israeli law forbids us from praying at the holiest site in Jewish history because we have recognized Palestinian sovereignty over this land, over this specific location. So if a flyer was sent out on Passover explaining what Passover was, and it said, it's important to keep this in context of Hamas's genocidal attacks on Jews and the oppression of Jews worldwide by Muslims worldwide, Jews like myself would have a problem with that. Because that's not what Ramadan is about, and it's not what Passover is about. And it is important to keep history in mind. Everything that Dan Kushner absolutely was right, and everything that the speaker said following that was absolutely right. The people who like this flyer want Israel to cease to exist. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Anna Schwartz.
Can you hear me? I live in Summit, and I'm here because I was deeply disturbed when I saw the so-called Ramadan flyer. And I would like to thank Dr. Gilbert for not supporting the hateful, anti-Semitic, anti-American rhetoric of the flyer. The only reason I'm able to speak before you tonight is because my grandparents had a bad feeling during World War II when their town in Western Ukraine was invaded by the Nazis. They managed to escape, but unfortunately the rest of their family did not survive. In 1942, the Nazis rounded up all the Jews in that town, locked them up in an underground cellar, and everyone slowly died of suffocation. For many days, the terrible crying coming from the cellar was heard. The name of the town was Sataniv, and it's still there, and their Jewish population currently is 0. Last October 7th in Israel was a day straight out of Holocaust. The number of Jews killed was typical for a Holocaust day, and so was the brutality. Children were murdered in front of their parents, parents in front of their children, women and teenage girls were raped, and their body parts were cut off. Babies were burned in ovens and beheaded. Hamas live streamed their atrocities and promised to do it again and again until no Jews are left alive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rainey Haksan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Rani. I'm from Piscataway, but I thought it'd be important to speak today in support of teaching while Muslim. What bewilders me the most about the situation surrounding teaching while Muslims Ramadan flyer is the fact that those who call themselves educators are actually unable to distinguish Zionism, which is a political ideology, from Judaism, which is a religion. In his apology, Acting Superintendent Kevin Gilbert stated that this resource contained language that at any time would be inflammatory, but particularly now is deeply problematic and inappropriate for our schools. I'd like to know what part of that flyer exactly did Mr. Gilbert find to be inflammatory and problematic? Was it the part that appropriately named the U.S. as a co-conspirator with Israel, preventing Muslim Palestinians from partaking in Ramadan? It can't be that, because we know for a fact that the US government continues to spend our tax dollars arming and funding Israel's ethnic cleansing and genocidal campaign in Gaza. Or is it the part that states that Israeli Zionist occupation is committing genocide against Palestinians? It can't be that either, because Israel is, in fact, actively on trial for genocide at the world's highest court. Unless maybe Mr. Gilbert and those who share his feelings of disappointment, anger, and sadness are actually just uncomfortable with the language in the flyer, because it is language that challenges their personal moral values and forces them to reflect on their humanity. Members of Teaching While Muslim are not responsible for your guilty conscience and should not be forced to use watered-down language to comfort your egos. Please have the humility to step back and reflect on what it means to be an educator. Please teach your students to have the courage to challenge the status quo, especially when the status quo contributes to oppression and injustice. We owe it to ourselves and our children to always uphold truth and justice, even if doing so requires that we challenge our very own values. Free Palestine from the river to the sea. Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Goldberg.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
You need to speak a little bit louder. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Okay, I'll try to speak loudly. Thank you. I appreciate the time. I was not planning to speak, but I could not resist after watching what's been going on this evening. My name is Michael Goldberg, a resident of South Orange, a proud Jew, and a proud Zionist. Proud Zionist. I'm calling in to say thank you to Dr. Gilbert. Dr. Gilbert, first of all, I want to thank you very much for your swift action last week to retract that flyer and for issuing a public apology to the community. Greatly appreciated. That was leadership. Likewise, your opening remarks at the meeting tonight, leadership. Thank you for your leadership. Trying to set the proper tone for the community, for people to see each other, hear each other, and to get along. Thank you for your leadership, Dr. Gilbert. I am just astounded at what is transpiring tonight, where this meeting is being hijacked by residents from Brooklyn, Teaneck, Hudson County, Montclair, Old Bridge, and Piscataway, just to name a few. This is the South Orange and Maplewood School District. There's a lot of issues, as we all know, in this district to do serious work. We obviously have a budget deficit, the issue going on with Principal Sanchez. There's a lot of serious work to be done, and to be hijacked by these out-of-town residents is really unfortunate. I believe, and I encourage you to look into what Livingston does. I believe Livingston has a requirement that commentators must be local residents, and I think that's something, a policy this board should look at. We do not need divisive groups like Teaching While Muslim and MAPSO Freedom School in our district that are spewing anti-Israel and anti-American hate speech. I thank you again, Dr. Gilbert and the board, for your leadership, and I wish you a good evening. Thank you.
And last, we'll have Alana Stelmack.
That committee member is not online.
All right, and then we will.
There are two community members.
Right, we're going to conclude our.
Understood.
We had enough speakers for now, so then we'll just move on to our action portion of the meeting. If they still want to speak during our second public speaks, then they can. All right, next we'll have our committee reports. So we'll start with you, Board Member Callahan.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm going to start with the Special Services Ad Hoc Committee readout. The Special Services Ad Hoc Committee met on March 7th, 2024. We began at 7 and adjourned at 9 p.m. Myself, Board Member Meyer and Whitletter, Acting Superintendent Dr. Gilbert, and Assistant Superintendent of Special Services Susie Budine were all in attendance. We began the meeting discussing the federal monitoring our district is currently engaged in. This is a continuing process, and Ms. Budine was told that our next spot check would occur anywhere between December and April. It has not occurred, but she anticipates that it will happen soon. She shared that the department has made moves internally to leverage experience and strengths of the team while also identifying individualized areas for growth during the federal monitoring corrective action plan process and putting specific plans in place to address those on a case-by-case basis. Next, we discussed the special education budget. Ms. Budine prepared a brief presentation for the committee on that, and key factors for discussion included our paraprofessionals, per pupil expenditures, and the implication of the budget deficit for next school year. Overall special education funding per pupil has gone down while the number of students classified as needing special services is on the rise. However, the special education budget is decreasing proportional to that. We had a robust discussion around paraprofessional services, which included a look at historical data, a breakdown of paraprofessionals by location and new requests, and a current audit being performed internally by Mr. Mullen. The audit includes examining timesheets and billing to ensure accurate billing practices, reviewing anything that might contain cost savings, and also includes reviewing paraprofessional requests, assignments, and schedule. This also includes reviewing the process and procedures for requesting paraprofessional support and ensuring that all connected to appropriate mandates, tracking request rationales to build in more responsive interventions, and working with our principals to improve schedule efficiency to maximize the use of our paraprofessionals within schools. I want to acknowledge that this audit is incredibly labor intensive, but incredibly beneficial undertaking for us. So I want to take a moment to just acknowledge Mr. Mullen's work on that. We thank you. Prior to COVID, our district was under budget on paraprofessional allocations. However, post-COVID, we have been over budget each year. And this increase in the number of new paraprofessionals is directly related to an increase in our students who are classified as needing special services, as well as new specialized programs in the district that require a higher student-to-staff ratio. With regards to paraprofessionals, we also reviewed the guidance that our CST teams are using regarding determination of need and how moving forward we can move to enhance that efficiency with principals being brought in around staffing conversations once determinations of need have been met, and also future steps around developing a system for progress monitoring for our students who have assigned one-to-one or shared paraprofessionals to make database decisions about what support looks like over time. As well as really taking a look at the rationales we're getting for paraprofessional requests so that we can look at trends that are identified and we can provide more relevant coaching and tools. An additional post-pandemic challenge connected with staffing shortages noted by Ms. Budine was also compensatory services. Those are services that are part of an IEP but could not be provided and then have to be after the fact. That was largely related to with related services. This was an area that is likely, in addition to this area, another area in terms of program supplies for students may have to be cut with our current budget. Next, we talked about family engagement. This discussion included continued conversation around an experiential survey. One was sent out to family and staff this year as part of that federal monitoring, and CPAC has also administered one in the past. A recommendation was made to think about a district-administered experiential survey for use over time that would help us to identify trends among staff, families, and students. Further consideration and discussion of this will then be had towards the end of the school year for potential implementation. Ms. Budine also provided an update on the proposed CPAC Resource Fair, which is a CPAC-sponsored event that we are happy as a district to support, and this, we will have more information forthcoming. Finally, or almost finally, we also discussed the mechanisms of information around disseminating students' IEP information to folks working with students, particularly our specials teachers who work with every single student in the school. So wanting to make sure there are effective ways to get that information out and make sure over the course of the year as students receive new 504s or new IEPs that there are ways that those teachers could be alerted to those to ensure that everyone has the important information they need to provide kids what they deserve. Next, we talked briefly about mental health supports at the elementary school level. Currently, we have social work interns and social workers at the elementary school level. Ms. Budine did acknowledge that additional supports similar to some of the more robust models at secondary levels could be helpful, but at this time aren't fiscally possible. So as we progress, we will continue to maintain this as a point of growth and possible discussion in the future. I'll allow others to talk more about the policy, but we have up for first read tonight a revised Section 504 policy. The committee did discuss adding clarity to that around things like person with firsthand relevant knowledge of the student. And in addition, we also talked about 504s in terms of the context around student involvement, and then as well as how we again look at trends over time to improve our coaching and responsiveness in the classroom so that as we're looking at what accommodations and modifications we're providing, we can be responsive in promoting an inclusive learning environment. In closing, a theme for this month with our committee was really around prioritization and goals. We had a really robust discussion around the challenges and opportunities within special services and how we set goals to focus the work of the committee. I would like to acknowledge Ms. Budine for her transparency, willingness to acknowledge and process the questions that we've had on the committee, and also acknowledge the rest of the committee members for sharing their unique perspectives in grounding our work these first few months together. I'm really confident that we are moving forward with intention and the shared goal of continuously improving the experiences of our students with support needs and their families. So that wraps up our special services update, and then I will give a brief update on our municipal partners meeting. Okay, so the municipal partnership meeting was held on February 7th, 2024. We began at 12:30 in the afternoon and adjourned at 1:48. It was myself, Board President Dr. Telesford, Acting Superintendent Dr. Gilbert, and we were joined by South Orange Village President Sheena Collum, Village Trustee Dr. Olivia Lewis-Chang, and Maplewoods Mayor Nancy Adams, as well as Committee Person Deb Engel. Township Administrator Pat Wary also briefly joined. During this meeting, we discussed a variety of topics where our two towns and districts intersect. We began with discussion of the Greenway project. Committee person Deb Engel provided history and current updates to this project, including reviewing the developer plan to mill, pave, and stripe the area. And then once completed, there's a one-year window where we would be able to request and make any necessary fixes. Goals of this project that are worth highlighting is that it would help to minimize traffic, promote biking and walking and the overall walkability in our towns, and importantly, add some green space to promote beautification and the known mental and physical benefits for all citizens of being outside in those green spaces. As a next step, we are going to try to have our town engineer join our FFT committee to answer questions regarding that project. Next discussion was had around biking to school. Maplewoods' Deb Engel had questions regarding why some schools are deemed safe to bike to, while others, such as Tuscan and South Mountain, are not. And Dr. Gilbert shared that this is really based on principal discretion regarding feasibility and safety around the conditions of those schools. Members generated potential solutions such as gathering information via the Walk, Bike, Run Committee. Can we look at dedicated bike paths and identifying areas where crossing guards or the presence of police could mitigate safety concerns that might allow for biking? On our list of to-dos is creating a list of considerations around what makes an area safe enough for biking to be allowed, and also coordinating a meeting with townships to plan for crossing guards based on our III placements. Next, we had a discussion regarding the Youth Advisory Committee and Student Government. Deputy Mayor Kripe and Committee Person Engel are going to be part of revitalizing this initiative, which is super exciting. In this, Maplewood kids are selected to advise the township on programming and learn about civic leadership. Historically, members had been selected mostly from CHS, but they are seeking to look at ways to include our middle and elementary school kids as well. Dr. Louis Chang raised the issue of student mental health around the causes of and managing stress for our students at Columbia. She shared concerns that had been brought to her, and while we acknowledge that this is a small anecdotal set of information, this feedback is nonetheless important and similar to those we've received from other stakeholders, including our student reps. This generated a discussion around our district's restorative practices that Dr. Gilbert spoke about eloquently tonight. He discussed the work we are doing, the way their district has invested in it, and how it has been impacted as the district addresses some other competing priorities at Columbia. Finally, we talked about Ritzer Field. A discussion was had about this, in which President Collum expressed the needs and interest in publicizing more information given the volume of emails that they received on the topic. There were worries flagged about flood mitigation and JDEP approval, which the district is committed to following the process as outlined to assess wetland designation. Mayor Adams also expressed concern there about the wetlands designation as well as broader concerns. We appreciate our municipal partners, and we look forward to our next meeting, March 27th at noon. Do I have any questions on either special services or our municipal partners? Thank you.
Next, we have personnel.
The Personnel Committee met on Tuesday, March 19th at 6:30 p.m. Board members Fadlamani, Board President Telesford, and I were in attendance. Board member Duval Wilson was not able to make it. We kicked off the meeting with special guest Carrie Wabel, who provided an update on an HIB investigation, and once completed, she left the meeting. We then went on to review the personnel resolutions. There was a discussion around leaves of absence and how those classes are covered. For those that may not be aware, the district will either hire a leave replacement, a current teacher will teach that class and receive 6-period compensation, or we utilize a substitute, whether it's permanent building sub or a daily sub. We currently have about 27 permanent building substitutes, and as we discussed in last Thursday's budget meeting, these unfortunately will be cut pending final budget approval next year. Based on an analysis done by the BA office, we'll be able to save significant dollars as we're not only paying their salaries, but health benefits, which have been sharply increasing. They will still, just to confirm, they will still be able to work in our district on a per diem basis at the significantly higher rate that was approved at the February board meeting. As a follow-up, the committee asked the district to provide more data on what we have spent this current school year for 6-period compensation. Mr. Adedoyan provided an update on the personnel-related DEI strategic plan as part of the district goals. He's been working closely with an internal diversity team on a strategic report that will be presented to Dr. Gilbert next month for review. The report includes details on targeted recruiting and retention, its impact, and how to overcome certain challenges that they've identified. And just as an FYI, Dr. Gilbert will be reviewing action plans for all district goals at the April board meeting. During old business, Mr. Adedoyan shared a status update on evaluations. The committee expressed concerns that we are not on track for all to be finished on time. Dr. Gilbert shared that he has a plan to address this with principals and supervisors, and the committee will be keeping a close eye on this moving forward to ensure they are completed by the end of the school year. During new business, we discussed the 24-25 budget implications related to personnel, how the district will handle staff and teacher morale during these hard times, and what other areas we can look into regarding savings to reduce the impact of the RIF. Unfortunately, I can't discuss anything further to that. And we ended our meeting, and our next meeting is Monday, April 22nd at 6:30 p.m. Any questions?
All right, I'll do the FFT readout. The FFT committee met twice this month. Our first meeting was held on March 6, 2024. In attendance were myself, Committee Chair Vadlamani, and board members Callahan and Meyer. From the administration was Dr. Gilbert, Mr. Burnside, Ms. Del Guercio, Mr. Bonds, and Mr. Giglio. We discussed several items. The first was Underhill Field. The administration confirmed that there were 3 tears in the turf, which was a result of unauthorized use by community residents. While we understand that the desire and need for access to playing fields, the administration, with support from this body, want to stress that no one should use the field unless they have filled out a faculty use form and has been approved. The administration is currently researching field management agreements and looking at how other districts manage their fields. The next topic was the CHS auditorium. Dr. Gilbert arranged to speak with community members who offered their expertise and assistance in helping to help reopen the auditorium, which was scheduled for March 12th. During our meeting, we learned that inspectors gave the recommendation to close the stage, making the stage unusable for the remainder of the school year. This recommendation was concurred by our insurance carrier, who stated that no students, staff, or community members should access the stage at this time. The district is hoping to use a co-op that they are part of to speed up the process of repairing the stage, but emphasize the patchwork repairs that previous boards have used may not be ideal. Rather, a full renovation is needed to reopen the stage and keep it that way. Next, we discussed the budget, and the community reviewed revenue, increases in expenditures, savings, and a possible gap for the 24-25 budget. We also discussed technology insurance. We had a follow-up meeting on March 13th in which the same members were all in attendance. There we discussed change orders. One was at CHS, which was $32,118 for the SLAM Lab support reinforcement, and over $200,000 for lighting in the commons area. Next, we discussed the budget, which included, we reviewed the tax levy, revenue, increases in expenditures, and savings. We also had updates on the possible deficit for the 2024-25 budget. We also had discussed the Board of School estimate request, which I will review briefly later. We also talked about the K-5 math initiative and its impact from initial implementation, and also our board meeting discussion on the budget. For the Board of School estimate meeting, the BOE put forth a resolution that covered projects at SOMS, Columbia High School, including renovations to turf Richer Field. While the Board of School estimate was not supportive of the entire scope of the project, we were able to secure funds to finish projects in our high school and middle school. The board is still supportive of completing every project in the LRFP. Any questions? All right, that's, I guess we'll go on to policy.
Great, thank you. The Policy Committee met on Monday, March 11th. In attendance were myself, along with board members Sackett Gable and Whitletter. Dr. Gilbert was in attendance with Ms. Budine, and a cameo from Ms. Bodner, as well as our amazing administrative staff. We have 4 policies that the Policy Committee has put forward for second read tonight. Among them, we mostly have updates that are addressing our language and conforming it to updates in state statutes. Notably, Policy 5517 is being updated along with our local rules to clarify now that both middle and high school students are required to wear their IDs at all times during the school day, and that they are also going to be required to have their IDs on them during all school-sponsored events on campus to be displayed whenever requested by a principal or designee. Those went through first read last month and are up for approval tonight. We have several policies that are up for first read as well, as a result of work in the Policy Committee and referring to other committees for their review. A few of these are notable for changes that we're making locally and changes that will have a significant impact on our students in the community. First of all, Policy 5512, the policy on harassment, intimidation, and bullying. This is a policy that was actually amended just a year ago after the New Jersey Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act was amended. At the time, the board last year put into effect a requirement that every report of an HIB possible incident would be fully reported, and that would go all the way up through the full investigation. The feedback from teachers and staff, as well as our parent and student community, has been that that may be taking some of these investigations farther than they needed to go. There's another option in the policy that we are reverting to at this point that allows for principals to make a preliminary determination as far as whether the basic elements of an HIB have been pleaded in the complaint for investigation. There have been some concerns about if we're letting principals make that initial determination, will there be HIB events that are missed? So in addition to the fact that the superintendent gets every one of those incident reports for review and can remand them back for review as needed, we're making a local change to that policy to indicate that the board on a monthly basis will receive a report of how many incidents per school and broken down by demographics were made about an HIB complaint, but determined to not be part of that. So we can track trends to see if there is something going on there. We're also putting up for first read tonight policy 2418, which is regarding section 504 accommodations. There's a couple big pieces being changed here. First of all is clarifying who is required to be a part of the Section 504 team, and specifically making sure that a teacher that has firsthand relevant knowledge of the student is required to be part of the team, not just a teacher in the building. Which we think is important to make sure that there is someone with relevant knowledge participating in that child's 504 team. And secondly, while it's not required in the federal statute for a 504 evaluation, we are proposing a specific time frame for how long an evaluation for 504 services can take. And so we have here that the district must now respond to a request for 504 services within 20 days, that for 504 evaluations that don't require formal assessments, that the meeting happen within 45 days, and for evaluations that require formal assessments, that happen within 90 days. So this gives parents and the district clarity as far as how long this process should take. And if a child is eligible, they would receive that plan back within 7 days after the meeting. There's also a few things that we have on for new business in policy. Notably, we've taken 3 policies and referred them to the Special Services Ad Hoc Committee for review, 3217 and 4217, which are regarding the use of corporal punishment, and policy 5561, use of physical restraint and seclusion techniques for students with disabilities. This is stemming from discussion among concerns that staff members have about in incidents where some level of physical input is required through, for example, our Handle with Care program for addressing students who have a need that would require a physical input, making sure that teachers have the right protections so that that's being done correctly and appropriately for all. So that is going to be under discussion to see if there are any changes needed to our policy to ensure that students, staff, and teachers are all being kept safe in that process. All the other info about the policy committee ongoings are in our minutes, which are posted, as always, on the Board of Education Committee's page right after the meeting. Any questions? Great, thank you.
Next we have CNI.
Okay, so the Curriculum and Instruction Committee met on March 13th at 6:30 p.m. We had board member Duval Wilson and I in attendance. Unfortunately, our meeting conflicted with FFT, so board member Callahan couldn't join us, but this has been corrected going forward. Ms. Bodner, Dr. Correa, and Ms. Wabel joined us from the district team. We kicked off the meeting with a vibrant and informative presentation from our district's instructional coaches. There are 4 instructional coaches in the district, 2 at the elementary level and 2 at the secondary level. The coaches have been trained in Jim Knight's coaching philosophy, and they provide voluntary, confidential coaching that's available to all teachers. They support district initiatives such as new teacher orientation, professional learning communities, equity audit recommendations, parent engagement, teacher workshops, and so much more. Coaches are also now a part of every INRS team, and this change has led to consistency across schools and sharing of interventions and strategies. The presentation included teacher feedback on their coaching experiences, which yielded overwhelmingly positive results. I was particularly struck by the opportunity our coaches provide to keep our professional learning in district, as they're able to go out, attend trainings, and come back to turnkey their learnings with district staff. Next, Freshman Academy. Freshman huddles are currently being discussed and planned out for the full 24-25 school year. We moved on to equity audit and Fergus recommendations. Given the numerous C&I related equity audit recommendations, we decided to make this a standing agenda item each month, recognizing, of course, there may be some overlap among topics. Also, the district C&I admin team meets monthly with Dr. Fergus, so there will presumably be updates for that team to bring back to our committee. This month, the C&I committee discussed middle school math. Ms. Bodner stated, as did Dr. Gilbert in his address at the beginning of the meeting, that there will not be any changes to middle school math for the 24-25 school year. They will take the next year, the admin will take the next year to look at the data and plan with teachers to consider any changes to 6th grade math for future years. In our discussion, the board committee members advocated for and stressed the importance of parent education on the rationale and plan for any future updates to middle school math selection. The admin agreed and added that they will include guidance for caregivers on how to make middle school math choices with their children as recommended in the audit. Regarding the budget, there were no new budget items for this month, but we did discuss the implications of the budget deficit for next school year. As Mr. Burnside presented in the preliminary budget, the C&I department was able to find areas of savings for next year. Fortunately, the bulk of professional development for phonics and math at the elementary level is complete, and next year, these areas will be prioritized. As shown in his presentation, there was a figure of $774,000 that C&I was able to save for next year. Those funds were previously allocated to the new K-5 math program, but the district will not need those funds again next year because year 1 is the most expensive. Other savings will come from cuts to supplies and PD. And while Ms. Bodner believes the district can make do for next year, she expressed concern that it will not be sustainable. Hence my question in the budget meeting about how we can rebound from this deficit going forward. Next, we discussed some new business items. The CHS admin team is working on next year's schedule and looking at many options. Changing a master schedule is incredibly complicated and affects staffing and the number of electives that the school can offer. The goal is to have a decision shared with the CHS community by early April. As outlined in the comprehensive equity plan, the district should be informing parents of the equity-related professional development being offered to teachers and administrators. From now on, this will be included in Dr. Gilbert's newsletter. Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. We also set the upcoming C&I committee meeting dates for the Thursday the week before every board meeting, whenever possible. June is the only exception. We discussed the C&I related policies, to which Dr. Board Member Meyer has already referred, 5512, HIB, and 5517 on student ID cards. We closed the meeting with the wonderful news that Dr. Gilbert shared earlier about Zoila Correa, our district's Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and that she's now Dr. Correa after completing her doctorate. The only thing I'll add to that is that her dissertation has been nominated for Dissertation of the Year by the University of Phoenix. So double congrats to Dr. Correa.
All right. With that, we'll move on to the action portion of our meeting.
Board members, for your consideration tonight, we have resolutions 4586 through 4593. Can I get a motion? Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. We're now in discussion.
I have something I'd like to share. Okay.
Board Member Duvall, listen.
Still here. So I wanted to recognize policy 4281 on inappropriate staff conduct. During my first year on the board, I had advocated for a board goal to be to review prior policies that protect children from abuse on school grounds in case enhancements could be made, as well as pass new ones that further protect our students from abuse. So I'm glad that we're passing this new policy. As the policy says, it instructs the process for how school personnel, compensated and uncompensated, are required to report alleged misconduct when it is believed a student has been subjected to child abuse or neglect by school staff and leaders. I hope that the district reviews this in great detail, the importance of this policy with district personnel, and the appropriate state mandated steps that personnel must take if or when they believe a student has experienced abuse by a staff member. I personally know how difficult it can be to advocate for yourself as a minor when you've been physically or sexually harmed by an adult. So I think this policy is great. It helps give the voiceless safety and support. So thank you to all who are supporting this policy.
Thank you. Board Member Meyer.
Thank you. So just a couple of things here. First of all, I want to call out in Resolution 4586A under retirement, we opened the meeting many hours ago at 6:30 with a terrific presentation from our middle school strings. The director, Bill Cook, I didn't notice till afterwards, he is retiring at the end of this school year. So I wanted to give special kudos for the performance that he was the director of and for the 26 years of service that he contributed to our district. I also want to just acknowledge, this is the second group that's been in this room this week. Of course, we had the Board of School Estimate meeting on Monday, and we are asked to look at Resolution 4589K, which is a substitute resolution from what we passed a couple weeks ago in the proposal that we had given to the Board of School Estimate, which of course was funding additional money in our LRFP to cover the construction in the South Orange Middle School, Columbia High School, for general renovations, the girls' locker room, and the question of how to deal with the Ritzer Field. As folks who watched that meeting know, the board looked at the request for about $4.5 million for Ritzer Field and made the determination to not fund $4.5 million for artificial turf, and not to fund a smaller amount for natural grass, but to fund nothing at all for Ritzer right now. So we are being asked to accept this substitute resolution to get the rest of that work funded so we can do it, but with the open question of what's happening. I'm going to acknowledge, back a few weeks ago, we had a meeting here where I asked for clarification on what happens Is there an opportunity to sever part of this? The understanding that we seemed to have at that point was that there was not an opportunity to sever, and it seems that somehow that understanding changed, and the board of school estimate was able to sever that. But I just want to clarify, we are going to need to come back and figure out what it is that we're going to do to make sure that one way or another we are addressing the needs of our student athletes and developing a field surface of whatever composition that's going to meet the needs of all of our students. And so while, I think no one moved to sever this tonight, I think we all agree this money needs to be bonded so we can continue our construction projects. I do want to highlight that we're left in a situation where we are not going to be able to do anything on that part of our facility in need of improvement until we either find money somewhere else or come to a resolution that the municipalities can help us support.
Board Member Eckert?
Will covered it pretty much what I was going to say, and ever so eloquently as he does. But, I just wanted to mention, as you know, the board was unanimous in their vote to ask for $29 million from the Board of School Estimates. That would include the desperately needed work at SOMS and CHS, including the renovation of the girls' locker room and the Ritzer turf expansion. While the outcome was not what the board had hoped to move forward with, it does mean that we can start to move forward with the other renovations, so that's the good news. And I also equally want to stress that, we have a lot of work cut out for us because our female student athletes deserve their own dedicated fields, both varsity and JV, just like the boys have. And, I think we're just going to have lots of future discussions of how we can make that happen given the budget constraints and, unfortunately, the outcome of Monday's meeting. Thank you.
Board Member Whitletter?
I don't have too much to add because both of you did a great job, but I just wanted to voice that, the outcome of Monday's meeting was really disappointing. Back when the long-range facilities plan was being planned, the amount of work that had to get done at our schools, and that was, again, prior to 2019, was over $300 million. And so what we're focusing on right now is that first tranche. Turfing Ritzer was part of that work, and we heard from our students that this is not only a need for our student athletes, but it's a need for our Columbia High School students who would be able to use it throughout the year for PE. The state of our fields in general, whether it's at the municipal level or at our own schools, they are, just abysmal. And I can't imagine, not only is it embarrassing for our students, other students in other schools don't want to come here to play our students. So I really wish that we weren't faced with the decision we are facing right now, but conversations that we've had with the district is that we have to figure out how we're going to make good on turfing Ritzer Field as part of the long-range facilities plan. And I'm hoping we'll hear more plans around that. I wish we were in a different position than we're in right now.
I'll add that, yes, I'm also disappointed in the vote for the Board of School Estimate, but listening to our municipal leaders, I think we will be having ongoing discussions about fields and field use in our community, because it's not just a problem for our student athletes, it's a problem for all children in this district, right, or in our communities. So we need to have a much more robust discussion because, yes, it's unacceptable. And as we look at the long-range facilities plan, yes, we talked about that first tranche where we have all these projects that we wanted to work on. Some had to do with expansion, others had to do with safety, and as we know, with the elevator and also the auditorium, we have these new issues of safety. And when we first conceived the long-range facilities plan, we had these first high priorities, and some things were lower priority. However, as the years have gone on, we're now around 5 years later, we probably need to do a reassessment to find out what are our higher priorities that we need to start getting done immediately so that we can start having ongoing projects where we can start improving our schools. And any other comments? Okay, I think, Board Member Callahan?
I would only add to that, because I think everyone covered it too. We talked a little bit about internally what we can do. I know community members had brought that up last week, and it's important to surface, right? What can we do internally to kind of look at field usage and ensure that there is an equitable distribution of how fields are used amongst the teams that are at play as well? And so I think the responsibility is shared both internally as from a district perspective, as well as to Board President Telesford's point with our municipal partners around what field usage can look like in our two towns to address this in the absence of having the Ritzer solution.
I had one more thing I wanted to add.
All right.
I agree with what everyone's saying, but one thing I want to add is that I'm very concerned because our high school, in general, our high school is like the flagship of your school district. And our high school is crumbling along with a lot of other schools that are having challenges, but our facilities at the high school are just not up to par. And I personally see that as a huge liability. And so I hope that over the next few months, FFT can discuss how we are going to financially cover a lot of the challenges structurally and even from a beautification standpoint of our high school, in addition to our other schools. I mean, I know people are worried about the ceiling falling on them at South Orange Middle School. I'm glad that we were able to get certain things passed. But as I said, the high school is a flagship, and I think we need to start thinking about our high school in that way, because it is a liability if we have a high school that is in the state that it is right now. And I'm not talking about from the inside of the school from a social environment standpoint. I'm talking about from a facilities standpoint.
And I also just want to underscore, because we talked about it, I talked about it with my board colleagues, but our district cannot wait another year or 2 years for our auditoriums to improve so that they're safe for our students. And I just want to reiterate that because it's so critically important, and it's something that has been on the radar screen for quite a number of years. And I just want to make sure that there's something that's discussed and brought before the board. I know you guys are adding it to the FFT agenda, but I want to understand what the implications are going to be for our budget by our next budget meeting, so we can understand if it will be covered by funds. If not through our budget, then how are we going to improve the auditoriums? Because I can't emphasize enough how important it is that we take care of this.
All right, Mr. Burnside, roll call. One more thing, okay. Last one.
I'm sorry, last one. All right, fine. Sorry. I think unrelated to the budget and those items, I just wanted to say, as a board member and a parent and an educator, I want to acknowledge the importance and timeliness of two of the policies that we are currently looking at. I think Board Member Duval Wilson pointed out that we are looking at a critical policy protecting and providing voice for our students when harm may have been done, as well as those that spell it with clarity, the training and protections that our staff need to have in order to de-escalate and intervene in challenging moments to maintain student safety. And so this feels really important in the wake of what is happening in our district, and I want to acknowledge the poignant commentary and feedback that we've gotten from staff and students in our community, and just reiterate that we really, as a board, are committed to transparency and accountability and improving the well-being of what's happening right now. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Burnside, roll call.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board Member Duval Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board President Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, we'll have our next hearing of individuals and delegations. So if those people are still online, the first, or do we have any on the list? We'll wait there. Nope. Nope. All right, then we'll go online. First is Pavel Vaisman. I'm sorry, Eugene Lippin.
That committee member's not online.
How about Eugene Litvin?
No.
And Bella Morris?
Not online.
All right. With that, I guess it's new business.
We have a Jasmine Williams.
Oh, yeah, Jasmine Williams, is she still?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. My name is Jasmine Williams. I am not affiliated with this district in particular. But as an educator in the state of New Jersey, I understand that all of our children are our shared responsibility to care for, to nurture, to protect, and to do no harm to. It's quite unfortunate to hear the violent backlash to teaching while Muslim has been getting from simply reminding this township that Brown and/or Muslim students are worth holding empathy for, especially in the case of Palestinian students observing this Ramadan. Before I continue, I want to share a quote. Quoting someone and rewriting their words makes it a quote from you and not from them any longer. To change the meaning of someone's words without permission is offensive enough. To then contact the quoted person and try to justify it as it to them is even worse. It's verbatim or bust from Stuart Stafford. I share this quote to emphasize how irresponsible and malicious it is to distort facts of this matter to fit it into a fear-mongering narrative. It is violently offensive and inflammatory to allege that teaching while Muslim is infiltrating schools with anti-American propaganda when the consistent mission and impact of teaching while Muslim is to actively include social justice, anti-racist, and anti-Islamophobic curricula and educators in schools. The Teaching While Muslim website was sought out and to provide resources, and materials were chosen by admin of this district. For this to be a debate in truly good faith, I must ask everyone, was the civil rights movement anti-American? Were those who fought for equal rights and anti-discrimination laws, which so many of us are protected by today, propagandists that lied about the hardships faced by minorities? Stop with the egregious hypocrisy and lies. To be pro-American is to stand unequivocally for teaching while Muslim. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we move on to new business. Does anybody have any new business? Board Member Meyer?
Thank you. So as we know, the discussion on Monday at Board of School Estimate and addressing the question of money for Ritzer Field led into a discussion, a very reasonable one, about what about funding for everything else. One piece that came up that was very concerning is the discussion of the elevator at CHS, which I understand is presently operational, but it's gone in and out of service. And we know that ADA accommodations are crucially important, both because it makes us liable and much more importantly, because it's limiting the ability of our students with disabilities to be educated. So I would like to request that the department, that the district on an expedited basis create a report looking at our infrastructure as it relates to ADA, including elevators, ramps, and associated things, to present to FFT so that we understand what items are currently in need of repair, what items can come out of our operating budget versus what would need to be presented for a possible bond or similar. And as Board President Telesford also noted, the LRFP is not just the one-off bond that we did 5 years ago. It is, in fact, a requirement by state law that is a 5-year cadence for looking at all of our infrastructure. We know that last time we looked at this for the $157 million bond, that was out of $300 million or so of work that the district needs. And I think it is warranted for us to make sure that we're getting that process rolling again and looking at what our district's top needs are. So I'd like to have FFT and have the facilities team start working on that. And definitely as part of that, looking at the auditorium, I'm happy to know that that is being looked at right now with our involved community members on the auditorium. But to the degree that we can't deal with those out of our operating budget, to look at where those would rank in our overall district priorities for maintaining our infrastructure, so that we can look at the next thing to come as we finish this round of construction.
All right. With that, I think we can move to make a motion to close the meeting. Dr. Gilbert?
Don't boo me, but I'm looking at Ms. Lincoln here, and in my opening report, I talked about the listening tours, and I said I met with 4th and 5th graders, but Marshall doesn't have 4th and 5th graders, so I forgot to acknowledge those lovely 3rd and 4th graders, those 2nd and 3rd graders that I met with at Marshall Elementary School, but I want to put that on the record. Thank you.
I was just going to say, I think that's a great idea. I don't know if we have to like all say we agree with that. I just want to make sure that there's board sentiment here that I think that work should be done, and that would be very helpful. So thank you, Will.
All right. Can I make a motion to close? Thank you, Board Member Eckert. All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, the Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, April 25th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into a closed session in the superintendent's office at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as use an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion, to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in the public session, estimated to be at 7:30 p.m. in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, in person, utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include hearing of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and CDC. Action will be taken. And with that, we will close the meeting at 10:53 p.m.